Hey, these guys are still on stalking me. I made myself look ridiculous because the eyeliner has at the filthy Hitler gang rape concentration camp sewer rat cafe. There is like that is the specific crime. Everywhere else, your infrastructure of some of the lowest functioning and poorest quality and dangerous people brought into communities. Oh, I thought you look better than that in my head. Yeah, well, I don't. Okay. Right now, like I can't get away from this thing. This man has to stop biometrically stalking me on the cell phone, on my cell phone. No, I don't deserve to be biometrically stalked. I don't know. I'm usually not a mess at all. It's a very ordinary day. Uh, he's the boss. He's the cool guy of that. He comes over and starts doing stuff. Did anybody ever come up to you and start doing things? Your goddamn, the incredible amount of crime you've committed. The men involved in my case, including right now, have to spend the rest of their lives in prison. The Wake County Courthouse and Prosecutor's Office employees must be taken into custody. Because I'm going to the grocery store and then I'm going over to my parents' house. I'm alone in my house and life, which does not involve you. To shame. Do you realize how bad the most sexually abusive and criminal animals, the lowest infrastructure they could ever possibly, well, they didn't like you there. Yes, you were talking to a real man, the swastika of filth, the animal, the beast, John Wayne, Henry, get out the lowest infrastructure to ever exist, the lowest that to ever be rape, gang rape, wrong. I just to mock that. You're just dangling out of urine, shit, and sugar, so judges wrong because the animal, the lowest man has ever seen, the sin, the incredible filth of the lowest bestial monster animal, so low, the lowest the human race could see. And the lowest criminal infrastructure. Okay. So the replicating court employee that likes to mock is a sexual abuse victim because it's slithering swastika of the lowest criminal white trash criminal cell that could ever congregate. The incredible lowness, the incredible evil of your completely lowest criminal possible hiring and infrastructure in organization. There has never been lower infrastructure that could exist than the incredible filth and the incredibly low criminal monsters you bring into communities. Because I dare spraying the sewer here. I said time and jurisdiction. I said statute of limitations and give me that. And then I stole everything, sexual abuse, everything, the swastika of the lowest man-made animals, the lowest legal system. You don't have a democracy whatsoever. You have no legal system. You have these incredibly disgustingly foul and low schizophrenic monster rat things from the lowest dregs society could ever have in it. They have congregated in the lowest criminal ways man has ever congregated. The incredible lowness of your incredibly corrupt, evil, and foul. There has never been lower criminal things because I can't get another side on one. The most disgusting monstrosity America has ever engaged in. The employment of your goddamn hires. And the way you organize them under your schizophrenic filth. Lowest white trash criminal filth. There has never been lower groups of men, animals, or a legal system to congregate. evil man to ever gang rape the lowest white trash air conditioning repairman. You the idiot, wife beater, mentally retarded, missing link, say the dirtiest, dumbest, disorder and syndrome, say that could be done, not the, yeah, I came in here. You were the worst sexual abuser in the history of human race. I fell asleep on the floor upstairs and it was like massaging me and talking dirty while I was taking a shower. It's the most hideous thing. This son of a whore, literally, that was into how you could buy a woman in a Japanese geisha house and only share her with some of your friends back in the day in a porno he read. So like in the 19th century. Well, that's not good. And that's where he's from. Your mama. That's not nice. And next, your mama, your mother, or the lady that your dad cheated on your mom with, and you were all crack hobos who were schizophrenic from a trailer. Don't let it get to you, because the lowest and most evil, I keep a record of every week of my life, because you're incredibly filthy, Huda Von Sewer, it Duda, it monster thing employed. The filthy, that thing. The Greg Wildhead of Kentucky, Tennessee, schizophrenic pedophilia. Really? I am the great, and then all of us again, and we're here again, the Huda elders, Huda heads. I've never met anybody like any of you anywhere else. You're a schizophrenic nest of freaks. No, I don't know where you're from. Urban Decay, that's it. You always, you have come on, the various things that happened to my inner child, or not your inner child in that. I think it was sold to the guy from Memoirs of Vacation. Not good. I don't know. I think they like each other, but I'm not sure. Lord. They're quite happily married there, but I don't know. Ew. That's illegal. Well, that's always bad. Where is this voice coming from, lady? That is how low the goddamn system is. That is that low. What makes you angry that I'm raping and electrocuting you to death? Well, I don't know what to do. I've exhausted since you follow my body around on the thing. You follow on the thing. You follow my body around on something. I need that arrested now. The dirty dump truck driver having a weird orgy with his friends on my cell phone needs to quit. That. Which is all like the Todietto character. That's not has been. That's a character. Huda, you do not work for the corrections employee. They do this all over the place. There is it's incredibly bad, and there is a guy that follows people home on the sexual assault device consistently and sexually abuses. There just is. I'm working on not dying. I've done everything to keep it to survive this, and it's just never ended. Really, I survived 6 months of that thing electrocuting me 24/7 on a body grounder of some sort, and then massaging my crotch with some kind of, and me with some kind of a body sexual assault. He says it hooked up the pulse therapy device, a TENS therapy device to the damn thing. It's absolutely hideous. I'm like sleepwalking over here because I can't. If you lay down, it starts massaging you completely. The man is the worst sexual assailant on that thing. These men are too criminal. I don't know. I believe there's a man from a creepy white van on all of them, or a dump truck. You covered up. No, you cover up nonsense with this stuff. We have to actually map the infrastructure, and I'm going in and shooting at this point. I have to, and it's definitely the threat of the white trash in the community. I think it's not the problem. It's just what do you do when there's nothing you can. Where do you get Zeke? Why do you side with Zeke in a community like McGregor? That's obviously a Zeke. It's a schizophrenic truck depot employee on the phone. Or it's a schizophrenic man from a truck depot on the phone. That won't. Well, this has to end right now. I can't have this in the community.
I can't have this. Well, I can't have this following me around because it endangers other people. It endangers every child around. You can't have this in the community. You need to get your public sector services completely away from these men. Not one thing is actually these men's. You can't hang out here with, you don't actually have anything. To post what we know about things, I have stuff. No, you don't. You don't actually have stuff. You had a corrections or law enforcement security and maintenance job. Or something weird. Not as hot as I wanted it to be. I look just fine in the mirror, which I don't really is what he's like posing a naked Gidget doll on me or something. Really, yeah. Naked Barbie Gidget. She's like upside down. I'm like standing in the shower and I'm like, there's something like staining my body. It's absolutely hideous. Really, maybe you like it. Enough with this. Like, what the hell is it even? Was he at the Swamp Moss Cafe? Oh. Well, you're dirty, lady. Yes, and it's your fault. Oh, technically, this is extremely dirty. Oh. It's extremely dirty. But technically, it's pretty dirty. I need you not stalking Miss Casper or Brittany the kidnapper or something. Well, that thing does that. Like, the entire court system has to go. How? I don't know. It's throws like on the shoe. I just shoot him. Really? What? I'm sorry. How would I just shoot you? Not that one. Because that one is not who did that. Let's shoot all the ones who did stuff. I need you not in the Casper's house. Like, you could be bad. I could be bad, yeah, because you could smoke a cigarette, and you could. That is unprofessional at work. This is his workplace. Who does workplace? Well, this is my house. I don't want to hear about you sleeping and then a crazy man sexually assaulting you. That's dirty. Can I get my phone line uncut so I can talk to the proper authorities? The purpose is to get you in custody. I don't want you doing that anywhere in Edos that is sexually assaulting women and children and has committed all this crime. I'm shooting you with this. Everybody. All of you. Right? Yeah. I said we take ever. It's actually correct. The problem is, like, I've been maintaining, I'm like, I can't fall asleep laying down. We got that, and we don't feel out of, Aneto stands around while these men kidnap and sexually abuse you, or something. Well, that's a guy, isn't it me? Yes, and he can rape you also. Enough with the gang rape shit, and then talking about massaging kids. Okay. Well, she has grocery shopping. I'm not going to let my hostage go. Tee I'm the boss of that. Really, yeah. You do actually have no legal system. Literally, you destroyed education in the communities. Really, yeah. This is like a Warren Jeff cult country. Is what. According to you, I don't care if the mental health worker doesn't actually exist there. It's actually like that's like Zeke from County Corrections that has wandered in and made himself the administration and sexually abuses everybody. And there's like a company of them, and they come in and take over everything. And you have like the replicating court. You have the replicating. You just have the same vicious hoot of the shill behind every death. I've talked to every vicious hoot of the shill. Then Neville narrates that hoot of the shill is like uh, is like that's him talking. But then he's like covering up bodies, and they're like moving them because they're Nazis. They're actually just calling them Nazis. All very creative. Can you get this man off my cell phone? And the punks are also, please just here, just shoot them also. Shoot all the punks. You're not allowed to bring them into the community. You don't mock people that are legitimately reporting. Right? No. If Troll Wars is true, you better watch out. Because, like, I don't know what. That thing's gonna shoot you. What thing? His mind's famous weapon. Well, that's more or less my story. That's a threat on Huda because he had every right to say jurisdiction there. He had every right to say jurisdiction. You need to arrest him. It was child brothel again. Yeah. It was something about again. I mean, gosh, it's just a thing that a guy says. Now I'm still going to do that to your body all day and night. All that is the problem. He said we're watching and you can't get him to stop. He's electrocuting me to death. I was going to walk up and get some groceries. I don't know what to do. I can't survive another 6 months of being stalked and assaulted by these men. They think, am I or am I not being assaulted? I need you in custody and not running loose in town. So yes, you do recognize the sexual assault device is on. That's what those guys have been doing. I'm being like beaten to death with the thing. It's like super pressurized and hurts, and your body's stinging me. I don't know how you're generating electrical current, but it's really nasty. Please get these men into custody right now. My shower is like V for Vendetta. What is? That's odd. I quit smoking. I'm gonna get Chantix, which I really like. This is driving me crazy. No, I don't know what to do. Everywhere I like walk, it's attached to my body. It's so hideous. And no, my shower is literally. Well, that's interesting. I don't know if this is interesting. My shower is literally like V for Vendetta. I'm now. Basics. Something. It's kind of scratchy. Okay, well, don't do that. Do you realize how bad? I've grown up. I moved away from it, and I've been reporting it to all the police. Or should I should probably go through the email list. I'm having trouble, if you haven't noticed, because I'm being like electrocuted and beaten up so bad. Like I am having trouble working on the email list when normally I'm quite the worker bee. That is absolutely hideous. And he's like, did you go and get more settings on the pulse therapy? That does make you feel like you wet your pants. Or something weird. But yeah, I mean, it's absolutely hideous. If he's running around doing it, you can't get away from it. It's on your cell phone also. And like, your truck grinder sexual assault device needs to calm down then. He spent all night like massaging crotches for the last 18 months. He's been the mad pedophile man that is going to attack crotches with pulse therapy and body scanning and run from house to house because he's a ghost. And next, there is actually a ghost rape out. As if the guy that watches the internet with you, like he just sits there and watches whatever you watch online, and then he watches your cell phone. No, you will not do that in here if you want to. Also, your rape app is just prevalent among your incredibly, you disgusting white trash men from county like correctional services are not the boss a little of anything. Nobody's walking on the grass. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do they usually come up to you? Then why are you picking fights on a person reporting a crime? You know that. It started doing this. That was its like, really, yeah, like you just move it like gooses you, really, because it has some kind of a orifice scanner because it's checking for drugs or something. You need to get them off police technology with that thing. It is pretty awful that sexual assault their device on now. No, unless you think that any nonsense is acceptable in any way, shape, or form, since we have gotten to a point as a society that we do actually need to go through the entire county court system and figure out who is and local and law enforcement and FBI and figure out who is in who and what goes on in every office. The judge had to intervene on the fact that the evidence was created as soon as the evidence turned up created, which that's supposed to be fun. Obviously, you're boring and old, Gooch. Okay, I's up here, weirdo. I'm calling the police because you're schizophrenic and a crackhead or something. If nobody has ever said that word before, except wherever somebody has, and why, then you're you're handicapped criminal, especially if the word is an arrest point and a criminal. Well, you would talk about Toledo dead like that. Toledo has to be removed from the community. So do all the rest of these men as too dangerous. And just why would they be in the community whatsoever? You need to get a background check and employment history, and also other history because they've committed some serious crime and are on review because they have kept highest accomplice and accessory with these men and committed crime with and for them. So therefore, and these are the men that are, if you had proper law enforcement training, you had you're just applying the nursing book and also to all your behavior. Quite obviously, everything this guy is doing, you're a professional. You being on the phone with these men at all there, I don't know what the degrees of separation to these men is as to who is calling the Cary police and actually telling them to do things, but it's right there. I mean, it's not even next door. It's the same men. And I mean, if you're a police officer, well, that would be manipulation, and that sounds like a Bill Sykes that's handicapped also. I mean, because I answered the calls, and so does the community, as to something gone wrong in a strip club, and who is down there, and what kind of cultures may have. That this man is, and then this is a schizophrenic man, and then it appears there's a different kind of class of strip club and employee, and then there's a brothel attached or something weird nearby, and there's drugs and all that stuff. Because so this man is talking to you in what? Like a sex offender, a domestic abuser, a schizophrenic, a man that perhaps kidnapped this woman and created this evidence, who lives in this house, who has nothing in her background check, and the probation officer said she was fine. Okay. And was being forced to, and therefore was peacefully interacting with the probation officer. And then stopping in at the coffee shop across the street, the boutique, and then turning in the evidence once again to the Wake County Courthouse, always the prosecutor's office by pamphlet, and in person in public defender's office, and everywhere else down there. Everywhere. Cool. No, that's too easy time for the likes of you, or also like because you've been so criminally offending, and then you've been so active. I don't care about why. Yes, no one can serve in office that created this much turmoil and disturbed the peace this much and to the extent of the crimes. And then you can't be accomplice and accessory. You can't make you're making too much noise for no reason. You're not allowed to brick wall or strong arm or threaten. And I mean, it's pretty ridiculous. Now, if it's a little squeaky woman, then it's a little squeaky hobo lady with handicaps and a drug problem from wherever they're from. You don't have why are you belligerent? You're belligerently shouting with Neville, who's talking about in all of this. Would you then actually do stuff for these men? The men who are following me around the court and jail are apparently corrections workers again. You can't bring men that do not fit the specific roles the tax dollar has allotted for in the communities. All your heads get squished. All the corrections workers in Candy Crush, Super Mario Brothers, I have a space weapon. I don't know, don't train it on yourself. He probably is. He doesn't squeeze your crotch back. There's a lap dance back. Maybe. No, I don't know. That could be a weapon if the police computer hates you. No. Don't buy a metric candy back. Why? Because he just said it's squeezing my cock. Well, you dead. There's your chat room of death. Why can't I get any chats? I think it's trying to squeeze mine also when it's missing a hitting my leg. I'm getting a lap dance. Really, yeah, it's unbelievable. It's actually pretty advanced or something. It might have been whatever. I think it just used to punch you and then try to burn your crotch and ground on you. And you thought you were getting hit by lightning and ran away. And then there was if you went in a bathroom, well, yeah, if something would really do something. Really, yeah, there is a ghost app. If you hook up something to a motel or a hotel or a building via satellite on the cable box, there used to be something. I'm actually positive. It's really there. There's nothing you can. It has a horrible pressurized grounding sensation. That really scrapes your wee hole. Oh. He talks about that with males also. As long as you're not the crazy one. I don't know why you're physically, personally abusive to the other person. That's always a crime. The other person has nothing to do with you. The same as the people on the street. If you're a SWAT team or law enforcement, the reason you're a crazy person that they can't employ, because it's the same as why the domestic abuser is different from the normal populace or the abuse of some sort, because no, I'm positive. The cuckoo man it's the purest form of nonsense, which is his brain gym over there. But the guy who acts out or something, because it really gets it really can be socially buffered out completely in professionalism. So therefore the guy that's doing it's nonsense. There's no, also if it's an attractive woman, you just calm down quicker. Or you calm down also, because the cheerleader, no, we're not being, cute, but the pretty women don't it's not that exciting too. It's you didn't, there's lots of people going by all your life. I don't want you. You need to fixate on somebody else. The police have to arrest you. I have not been that nice. I made no eye contact, and I called the police. You're a rapist. I can't have you in the house. It is not fun to, the lowest white trash possible can get into things and commit crime, which it has. They really just offend out of these groups. They're absolute white trash when you look. They're extremely low class and predatory men and things that have no business in anything. You're letting Otis Toole, the corrections worker, openly sexually abuse and domestically abuse whoever he's got here. What is with me? Well, you had a warrant out. Yes, I said Missy. Like Missy Kreider. His sister could have been in a movie in that. I was allowed to do this in here. Who said that? Like Hogula? The Syracuse Dungeon Master? Will you be a successful person if I let you get your MBA, which I cut off again because I just didn't want you doing that while you were reporting me? But I mean, a lot of people don't go have MBAs or whatever. Doesn't mean they're crazy. So I took your entire life from you and everything in it. I stole everything because I brought schizophrenic Huda from the Greensboro Hood and filthy Mr. Wilbur Whitehead and stuff. And it's our head of administration. And the thing, or somebody did, and the thing was the worst pervert in the history of mankind that stole everything, like a zero sum. No, it just does. It doesn't say stuff like this also. And Zeke, the corrections worker, which is so domestically abusive and dangerous, running everywhere. Okay, so your public sector needs to be seized immediately from whoever has it, all of it, and proper professional has to be put in place. Because you actually can't have one of the employees in the infrastructure that if you looked would be there showing up for work tomorrow. You should just put them in the same ball as these men. Every single bit of it and every one of it is actually probably correct. Also, they're just thieves. They're absolute crackheads who are empty in the brain and thieves. They're very, very dirty, dangerous, and low. And they don't really come from anywhere or go anywhere. They go, corrections, I think, seriously. Do we have a county judge in Arkansas that's willing to sign a warrant on Otis Toole if the federal courthouse in Fayetteville won't get SWAT team in here because they don't feel that they made a mistake either? No, none of their heads have exploded. Well, that's why he says that's just not cool. But I'm not going to stop electrocuting you, stalking you on your cell phone. I didn't know such an advice. I was being stalked on my cell phone. Okay, you need to have a technology crime lab and an actual crime lab also. You're not declaring the evidence as created, which you realize you broke the law. It's the same as not the coroner not declaring bodies properly and stuff. Like you have to have it done, otherwise you have to be removed. We've always used dirty old white men. Could you put that better? Nice. They're actually like Detective Pate is like behind the desk in the FBI office with Huda the shittle again. This really the vicious schizoid skittle. It's a monster. It's like an it skittle. Well, I purposely discussed it. He has to say no. Then the Huda is just not really doing anything. He's just standing there and he happens to be a person. We all at Huda It Land. We all at Huda It Land what? Because Huda It Land is too weird. Huda It Land has like That's not what Huda, like, for example, my brother's very good private school. He went to, it's owned by the owner of SAS. I'm not sure, like working for SAS, it's okay. That they actually have, because they don't have like, they're not schizophrenic, retarded, inbred pedophiles or something from corrections. They actually follow protocol that actually gets things done properly, and it's fine. Most people can enfranchise and do enough to use the facilities properly. When things are, the facilities do not actually belong to you. We're going to get you, the guy at that. You're an absolute criminal, and you weren't supposed to run around with these men. Your crimes, like right now, are without comparison. You have to go to prison. It doesn't matter who go ahead. You pretty much like what do you call it? You committed crimes on that thing. I recognize your sex app, which is creepy. Well, unfortunately, you used to just be sitting there. I swear under oath, since this is facts, and I'm positive. I think something it is saying on the TV, because like Epstein knows that they do that. Whoever the perpy of that is knows that they do that. It's discussing and sexual stuff with this. It's a crazy man. There's been a crazy man running by that's a monster for years, and it is actually a state employee. I run Exxon. Exxon is the best. And here I don't know what you are, dude. You can't let whatever congregated there out of Department of Education and Health and Human Services to be the administration and lock it down under Mr. Huda's. It's a mean people church. It's a schizophrenic people's church. It's a mean people's church. It's like the Disney villains and that, or it's villains. They're bizarre. They congregate there and get into stuff. They can get into business. They're kind of just antisocial personality disorder and shady. They might pull up product somewhere and profit somewhere. They're not actually allowed to do it. Forget about this criminal church. It's pretty sexually abusive. Antisocial. I know the mental, like, people like Carrie's mother, Cotton Mather, where they say, no, technically not legally. Neither is Cotton Mather when he's burning witches. He's technically not legally safe, even if he's not, the brain is not too bad as far as actual physical disease or defect. Genetic or otherwise. He has criminal personality disorder. Everybody got batty from being in the new world and cultural stuff. Long cold winters and moldy bread. No, we don't like the Argyle fire. It's crazy. Someone has to stop you. Nobody's actually cursing you. They already have a restraining order, and then address why they're cursing you. Judge. They're being creepy and threatening, and that lady's weird. You all, yeah, you can't rape the neighborhood on that thing, is what you're arguing. He said he is sexually assaulting a 14-year-old in the background throughout all of this, because he's in Carroll County, Arkansas, in their truck depot. There used to be something you'd be sitting there watching television. This is, I swear on oath, the reason he's mentioning it because maybe he knows about it or somebody else was talking about it. Via satellite, you'd be watching TV. You'd just sitting there, you'd be like 11 years old. I remember this from middle school. And I haven't seen the stupid thing in a while, but there's, thank God, I don't know where, in the early 90s and throughout, there was something, early 90s, I remember, like 92, 91, and 93, I think. It was around Men Like Yourselves. It's creepy you're using it. And Things Like Yourselves. It was around the perk pile. That perk pile very much. It was officially some kind of employee of the state that was a googly pervert. It doesn't necessarily have to be. I cannot imagine it was a guy on cable satellite. But there was something about it where it always appeared to be like almost the same guys as you. It was like some kind of town security or maintenance, or it was like the same guys. But I'm not really sure. Yeah, it would hang out. Like I said, it hung out we were stalked by like police scanner of satellite death in North Salem, New York. I mean, okay, my mom is alone in the house and she either has a newborn baby or she's quite pregnant. My brother. And then it's my parents have been away. It was because the house was left empty on security. You don't have all day. I don't have all day. Okay? The insanity is just stopped. He's going to do that there. He's the boss of the story. 15-minute thing. This is not necessarily, it is just very necessary to know. There used to be a satellite body scanner GPS that was really hideous or something weird. And they had some kind of satellite police scanner. My parents were fighting with the cable box that it was getting in the house by. It could have been a wire or something because it was some kind of police tech because our house had been on the empty list while we were in Japan traveling with IBM for quite a few years. So because it was on the law enforcement of North Salem, New York, and security and maintenance roster, when we got back, the house was like possessed by, I'm not sure, like dudes like you. That, you know, there's not that much to stalk on the nice little pregnant lady living alone in a house or you know, alone in a house because her husband's at work and her child's at school all day. But we would come home and my mother was like having this weird fight. You know, it's not, maybe it's genetic. Okay. Maybe. This. But it's not. My father was like, okay, I don't, you know, we immediately started looking for different houses in the New York area. But the same thing. It was like Todio, the guy in the creepy white van, terrorizes the people. I have no idea why. There's nothing in here to terrorize. There's two yuppies. They're normal. And a baby. Yeah, a baby. Yep. And a 9-year-old. Yeah, she likes ponies and Nancy Drew, but it's supposed to be a normal day in the neighborhood. Okay, but instead it was like Village of the Damned in our house when we moved back. My father, you know, your dad comes home like, well, your mom's fighting it. We moved. You know, we were there for a year. And then we moved to Boca, and it like took us out long distance and wandered off. It didn't have a sexual assault of us. I don't remember it touching. It might have had a scare, but I'm not sure. No. It was just psychotic. There might have been something in the house that wanted to steal. Really? Yeah, like it was hoping to burglarize something out of the house. But it kind of would do this. I mean, maybe I'm not. I don't think it had anything to do with anything. I think there's just a kind of predator that was very at large right then and in progress that does this. I think it was just being nosy. We hid from it. We were trying to figure out. I remember my parents, Don, did you do anything? Did you accidentally talk back to like, I don't know what? The guy from Girl on the Dragon Tattoo with the dragon tattoo. They're like, yeah, it was like that. I mean, I'm not sure. I just figured I became an art monk. Most part, I stick to the table with the families at the Crook of Kildare and Kentucky Union Church. Like, not like, nah. I'm not sure. I have no idea. Maybe somewhere in them city. They have wives in that. Greed is good or something, Gordon Gecko or Charlie Sheen. I don't know who's after Charlie Sheen. It is not getting divorced girlfriend. Where would Charlie really? I mean, that's probably true of your parents also. And I don't know. We got away from that guy. Maybe he likes you. I'm not sure what, like Jigsaw or something at work. Well, tell Mr. Burns no, he can't hang out here. Maybe he's dropping his breath. Just drop myself off here. Oh, family. I tried, it won't leave. Or it appears to be like Molten and Tony's of death, only like a retarded corrections worker. Really. Well, it did. And then like it would, 3 o'clock in the morning, it was like, so it was on night shift. And then it was like, crunching around in the yard or something. It was like, I don't know why. I'm watching these people for some reason also. Yeah, it really terrorized us. Maybe it wanted to sell the house or the property or something. You never know, really. Yeah, maybe it bought the house, really. I remember my parents had it with it. Oh, my mom was real angry at it, but my dad was angry at it. I remember both of them like shouting at the really, or just that thing again, really. Like I'd be watching Nickelodeon and Doubledare or something. I don't know. You could talk via the television back in the day or something. There was like a speech to text. I think. Yeah. I remember it saying stuff. Yeah. It was scary. It was like Mr. Neto tells you, like, whoever this character is, Boo the giant lumbering serial killer with like just men with a really bad attitude. That appeared to be schizophrenic degenerates from county services somewhere. I remember a poltergeist, like a preacher from Poltergeist. I remember something in like a southern accent. Buddha von Sira, yeah. I don't know. I remember like the beast that came on like in money. They might have had a woman with them that was like. I swear it was like you people again. Like where are you employed out of? And then you'd be watching in Boca Halls like a year later because it went away. Or it's my parents. I think something can hear us in here. Yeah, that's the cops coming to the door. Really, yeah, it was really strange. The house has been empty, so a ghost could be in there. Yeah, my mom got somebody like to bless the house. It's a, no, my father was sitting there. I remember sitting there with like a golf club. In my mom's had like a big aerosol thing in the cop lights. And then I remember the cops at the door another time, and then the cops at like, and what actually shut up the door was scary. It was like, yeah, I know these guys. Why it was like predatorily after us? I don't. Does it have any reason whatsoever now? Your mom's attractive. She didn't have like they lived there for years before, and she was alone with me as a baby in the house, and she never. But no, she was peaceful as a clan relatively. I mean, it was kind of time to get out of the slaughter room anyway. But bullcrap, like it was like okay, you can't just. There's nothing to leave on in Casper's house all the time and do stuff in here, which was like it was a little hard. You didn't have the sexual assault device that I knew of. No, whatever was there would have used it on anything that moved, like the cat and the child. Really, yeah, the thing is like a freak animal. They all are. They are the lowest white trash you could never imagine as to the incredible lowness of the state employee in the departments in Health and Human Services, Department of Education, corrections, whatever gets out and runs around, The administration that gets out as higher administration is running around as like the owners under that filthy Wilbur Whitehead man that ran around. Who that? Video do that. Really? Then he would have Zeke 1, Zeke 2, Zeke 3, Zeke 4, Zeke 5, and from correction. And then all males also, because they are who does too. And they're not necessarily, but they're just there. Really. Yeah. North Carolina had a thing, a rancid Wilbur from, like, it looks like Zeke the Orderly, I guess. That looks like a kind of Zeke the Orderly. He hires people that look like that, might be out of schizophrenic Tennessee corrections. They a weird little pedio camp that is now everybody heard about. That now you can't go to Ricky Lake Brat Camp because somebody recruits for it, and as far as we can tell, it's some kind of weird. It's schizophrenic in them. They have all these schizophrenic things they do. They don't do homework, and it's just a lot of schizophrenic up your butt and potty business. Yeah, and just nonsense. It could really hurt somebody, and it does. Apparently, it's a lot of stuff and nonsense. Like as far as because they have a pamphlet that they use that they're kind of all encompassing. There can only be, which I mean, I don't know. We have lots of mental health services and stuff for teenagers. But their pamphlet is like you deserve it and you need to take responsibility. Which I mean, okay, so that so I shouldn't have done that there. I got it. He's basically just dominating and then schizophrenically rubbing his crotch on everybody. Really, and as far as we can tell on that, it's a super abusive and fondling. And there's Zeke the Orderly's running around all the time. He has Zeke the Orderly. It's a weird Michael Jackson camp. Really, yeah. And they're well, that specific one that one's like the Ricky Lake Brat Camp is. Yeah, because people have investigated it might have changed, but I mean it was like kind of just a little Michael Jackson schizophrenia when he takes a step hole. There's a weird game of grab ass that's just it's real aggressive. It's schizoid and cult like, and it's got these other men. Apparently, it's fun to take this power position. They're underage, and you're a big weird man, and you're a group of men, and there's no accountability for them. It's schizoid again. It's completely schizoid, and then they hire men that'll do whatever they're doing, and they're out running around. The whole thing's like that. Why are you in here unless you have an education degree? I must like get off my crotch. Classy stuff. Sorry, you can't see me straight. No, probably. Yeah, like Michael. Well, he's still the boss, and he gets to it, and he hires all these other guys. It's a lot of weird humping and punching, and then like exercise, and then like OCD. There's like multiple people. You can't do that. So somebody mapped it, and then it's still there somewhere, but we need to change. But the company went and bought foster services, which it was out of. That's actually the same people. They're cuckoo as fit. I think. This thing. They're a predator. Well, the fact that they've taken over infrastructure there is a problem. They're not allowed to. No, it's fun not to like. It's not fun to like maroon through the town and then just there's no higher authority to you in a company that is like infrastructure that brings like now sitting in this Swamp Cafe in the corner. It's me, Mr. Beast from Corrections. I will be cruising around your high school, but maybe looking for children to follow home. Children? They're not children at this age. I have a guy that I cruise with, but that is what you do. What the hell is it? And then you hire all these men. North Carolina, you had to have a teacher's degree to work. Is what when I got back here. When we got back, we moved to North Carolina in 1998, and they because of that, the male they hired the same thing. Oh, it is like because he had like this white hair and he's kind of got this Wilbur and he's a big guy. Yeah, I'm Mr. Wilbur, the Pedio Supreme. I hate that guy. No. You're right, Mr. Filthy Whitehead schizophrenia. He comes in and they all, this belongs to Buddha. Buddha Von Buddha. Now, it belongs to Buddha Von Buddha, not at all. He's a schizophrenic man from like downtown Knoxville in Tennessee or something. He gets together with other guys from like the hood offices and they run loose. It's kind of unbelievable. Well, they own things then. They've always done this. It's like locked down under them. It's an absolute mess. Whenever they get out, you can't get any oversight on them, and they show up as a group. Yes, this is who does. He hired all men that kind of looked like them, but like because they had actual college degrees in licensing and certification, it was the same. It was this huge trend in the '90s that we never hear about, except everybody talks about it and says the same thing. Schizophrenic pedophiles got out from urban decay in the '70s, and we ended up like underneath the rule of Huda, the PO as described, degraded. Everything else was like normal compared. Public sector was just crack house cult there. Well, it was. Unfortunately, it's encompassing. The administration is very important, and they brought all their creepy friends. So they're all these like partying. One woman that's the female officer. Well, we all remember that. That thing from this morning would follow him on the cable box and probably still following him. Where did you get it? Does it say that anywhere on its label? Here's all the crap you did with it. No, I'm positive. You're not positive. I'm positive. It was unbelievable. Like, I did absolutely nothing in the schools. I just tried to habitate it. I mean, as far as just the same as being anywhere else, I really didn't do it. I was aware how much the money it costs and things like that. And then you're just there to sit. For example, if it was the Green Swamp Cafe, the Lily Pad Cafe, you sit in your chair, you read your book. Nobody else came up to me and yelled at me. My mother tidied me up so I dressed appropriately. Mm-hmm. No, I noticed enough that people, if they were looking at me funny, so I just sat in my chair and read my book and turned my homework in because my mother made me and was aware of it and was offering the situation. But I mean, the weirdest men would come up to you. Yes, this belongs to Huda's. That was actually like the administrator, the great owner, Huda. Huda's 7th grade. What was all that? Schizophrenia out of downtown state services, which did all this again too, which are absolutely just a right nest of corruption. That is very dangerous. There would be a thing that would start stalking you that might have been out of the state, but it was always a sex offender. It was like the guy from, it was like the guy from V for Vendetta or something would get on the cable box in places, but it would get on the cable box in Boca Raton, and all of a sudden there would be like, it scared me because the inaudible heavy breathing, it's exactly the same as whatever. It's quite similar to what they have now. I swear under oath it actually is. Yeah. In fact, and I'm actually sure, because you're quite aware of it when it lands. I'm just saying that I remember this thing following me in the bathroom when I've been out playing in my swimming pool in Boca Raton, which was a big, nasty brown swimming pool that was bigger than normal. There must have, I mean, who cares? There's kids walking around in the swimming pool all the time. But somebody was casing the neighborhoods on the same absolutely filthy criminal trash that was in. No, there's no argument if you're actually Detective Pate in there. I mean, I don't know. That is a sleazeball. That is a shady sleazeball. So is the rest of all these. No, that is a criminal. That is a psychotic criminal. That is one hell of a criminal. That's a really bad criminal. I don't know what's going on in that dude's brain, but that's a criminal. No, that's why is Colonel Sanders has no reason to be in there, and that's a criminal. That Colonel Sanders does, and it's doing his job. I'm not sure they're using any other. I'm doing a public sector criminal law or child care work, not with Zeke from corrections who's wandering from counties. The townies wandering. If that's in our we're fighting. Okay. Well, they say that, so it's donuts. Please do not let and they are a little dumb. Oh, what did they do as far as that? The staff won't let them map things properly or just check the weather reports, which they do anyway. So they do enough. It's not dumb exactly. Yeah, I'm not sure it's dumb. I think it's dumbed down. It's not necessarily dumb. Unless somebody is purposely hiring people that seem a little dumb. Then great, what's the results of that? Really? It's not a science experiment. We hired, uh, well, whatever is here. Oh, Tony Odo does what now? Why? Ew. Did you tell him there was heroin in the house? The only excuse is the man had only seen it that time, and because if you can read and write past like a fourth grade level, it's real clear that the evidence is created, and there's the number for the probation officer. And then everything else is just jotted down, and then you can see somebody is trying to jot down over the woman, and she says her internet is being mirrored and mirrored law enforcement. So he asks the other guy, "Do we have that?" Yeah. Okay. Well, this guy's using it to watch this woman he's interested in get something here. A cell phone. Probably. And it's just 1 + 1 during things. Because it's there, so, and then you're looking at what this guy's work, what this guy's done, and yeah, that goes there. So, and oh, there's the proof of it. So okay, and I don't care that much. But it could be law enforcement. That could be the thing. We joined this gang and then we run around. And we do this stuff in here. You do this stuff in here. I don't care. You need to apparently that's not completely how it works. So no doing anything with peanut gallery or whatever. It's going to be the specific. How do you normally prosecute crime in relation to it being there? So we reported it. There's the evidence. How do you gather evidence? Why didn't you alert Little Rock when it came in that the evidence was created, that they said to you, or they were sitting around, and like, here we're just, in your story, you just sit around, who else would sit around and was, hey, they have lives, it's been a long time. I'm just saying, so he called the person said, he didn't call the probation officer, he called the person in Arkansas. Why are you interacting with Dennis Rader that well? The evidence is there, you looked at it, but something, so he had never seen it before, and the man told him you were a heroin junkie, that you needed to search her house for heroin and take her in for, what, for me reporting it to my police station. So you do that, what the hell is that you did? That made no sense. When I wrote down, they required him to do it because, and then he said there was heroin in there, and that's what we do when there's heroin, or weapon. Or meth or something. We have to because it stops them from doing that, which is necessary. So nice, but not nice, but well, that's what your brain's for. Have they had any problems with the brother that did you that with the car 15 years ago? Or treated the car that is in the house behind you? No. She's reasonably law-abiding among your people, but it just deters them and stops them. So it's your brain's thinking. Yes, I think that's probably what everyone's brain is thinking. Because you have to be law abiding. We're not there. It's not very rough in here. Here you're apparently in a school. There's a counseling service for that. You're in an affluent area. There's probably a guy working less expensive neighborhoods that they pay with a MBA in social work and counseling. That doesn't involve you. Yeah. Well, it has to involve the authority of what, Huda? The authority of who? We actually go to the courthouse. Well, nobody got arrested for anything. Do we have any interactions with whatever you got going on downtown? Unless you get arrested for something over 18. You're not a child care worker. No, I did that to people. There was something you'd be sitting there watching television, and something you'd hear this voice, and it wanted to massage your crotch. And something would like body scan your body and start doing something like massaging your crotch, and it would get kind of like worked up with itself or something, and it had body scanners. You couldn't hear it. It had some kind of scanner it was using on the house. I'm positive. I think. Um, it wasn't just like it could get you in your room. It was trying. It's very there when it lands. I thought it was lightning. I swear to God. I literally remember it following me another time. Like it's a, this it. My mother called the cops like so many times on it. Also, because you'd be sitting there in front of the television, and the crypt keeper would be like, "I'm the crypt keeper," and then something would, and I walked through. Something would follow you into your bedroom and start like massaging you the same as whatever he's doing or trying. It's just a fact. Yeah. It was a hideous. It was a hideous. So you had a hideous childhood, you would say, due to the fact that I grew up in Nazi Germany and there's no hatred you could humanly feel enough for where the lowest the American legal system and government infrastructure could possibly go. I've been for armed resistance since day one that I met them. With the Huda, the sewer, it von Duda. There's no hatred you could humanly feel that would be enough. Well, there could be a threat. There's no black or white. That thing of a man that you now have, that's the maintenance man. It's not the boss of anything. You've hired people with disease or defects that are too weird. They are here. Sorry, they could experience that. Well, we always had that. We work in Zebulon Corrections and we kids on truck because and just cruised around giving it to our friends. That's why there's so many of those guys that are pornography. He said in his story, because the guys that did this before thought that they could make an army of other guys that do this, and people could say, said they couldn't do this. Do you do other stuff besides that? Do you have like 15 kids, like Warren Jeff on the Whitehead dude? It's hard to tell. Father. That's too schizophrenic to function, really. It was hideous, really. I wandered off, and there was like there were calls that there were men out of state services that were cruising the middle school out of like the high school. That there were tons of calls about them being extremely domestically abusive, wanting to do like human resources hiring and infrastructure. Depressing, and I was just there with all the other children. They unfortunately, I might be an attractive woman, female, so something wanted to be all over me. My mother said she came in and they called the police again. There was like a Huda it sewer rat von Duda thing and a Zeke again running around. Literally, the one was like it was like Neville cavorting. Really, they were part of the administration somewhere. They had like a psychiatrist that was very weird. There's no reason. It was like he was straight out of county all of a sudden out of Boca Raton Middle School, like out of a private school, like Boca Raton Academy or something. That was supposed to be a very good school. It was like a Wilbur Huda from corrections somehow. He said no, but he was answering to everything, really. Yeah. Those are shorter his studies. Not those are. Oh, right. That's a sixth grader. You need to get Zeke off of that. She'll be really out of the middle school. But I mean, he was one ethnic mofo. Oh, out of an office, straight out of like, out of whatever they refer you to out of the courts, we think. I mean, it was hard to tell. That was old school. Just kind of a man out of anywhere. Really, yeah. That you do stuff with. I mean, I really have no idea. He was doing like, no, I just did really well in the standardized testing. I remember as a kid, you altered my standardized test, but I mean, I did well, which was positive. I didn't hang out with the guy who passed the Floyd. That was the American school. They'd set up shop with like the same stuff in there. I don't know if that guy said no. I know the one that was actually the doctor. Yeah. I actually, that was around. That's actually, because they had a school counselor and a psychiatrist in her now. What is it that's there? I don't know. Oh. Really, they were really filthy men. My mother said, I remember there were these cruising, like filthy men that were just, they were in here, they were the boss of the world. Well, it's a very good school, even. I don't know. They got him out of there. There was some kind of pedophile mess that wandered it. They were the same, like viciously motivated. I would not be surprised if they were setting a child, and I wouldn't be surprised if anything whatsoever on like because of the extreme criminal nature and the lowness of Jim's creepy white band over there. Really, yeah, like, I have no idea what could come out of everything comes out of that. Really, it is so incredibly low in infrastructure, and like this always comes up. But also, I'm just yes, your dirty state employees, whoever's running the school system. That I read that too. You said that yesterday. When it was in like a book in your school book. Some schizophrenic head dude. Some dirty piggy white man bought like a muscadine grape farm out of slavery and like Carolinas. No, they used to buy muscadine grapes. He was making fun of the way the African American guy talked, but it's really they probably got along. Sorry, who this from? I didn't know about that. He was kind of full of himself, really. Yeah. Get off of Wilbur's muscadine grape farm. I think it was a slate farm. Or schizophrenic get married, he did the farm, the funny farm talking to himself. Huda again, like Neville the Beast, something like. I've never met anyone in Zeke from corrections. They all say corrections orderlies and schizophrenics that have like locked it down and stuff. It's a Stanford prison experiment. The colleges are not allowed to be owned by Wilbur's anymore. They're just hood rats. You're not allowed to give it to the east side of Greensboro, and I don't know why you would. And you need to get all of those out of there. You're not allowed to, like, these guys are really, really, really hood. This always comes out of it. Well, apparently there's widespread use of scanning your body and massage your crotch since 1991. Yeah, but it's actually not, it's a specific group that does it, and it's not that widespread. What, electrocute me and try to get in the house and then either came from the school or the community, was visiting at the apartment complex or something like that. They had it in Singapore, positive. There's some kind of satellite rape app. It always has been. It's like the same kind of guys as you, always on it. They both, which reminds me of your Ipswich Whitfield infrastructure in place. Because, both say mental health and then finally they don't have it. And then if you complain about the mental health, like the final, there is schizophrenic hood pedophile list, and you let them do the actual human resources for the thing. And there you let them come in and steal everything as far as they're no, I'm positive. They're the administration for Woodville Wilbur's now owns that. You gotta kick Hooters out of there of those. They're absolutely satanic. Now, they're also pedos as hell. And they're retarded. No, I'm positive. And they do the same thing with the hiring. The east side of Greensboro Hood from Urban Decay or something, he's not the owner of UNC Greensboro. And then it's the boss. It's amazing. Everyone's organized party. It also steals, and he like tags it. It steals everything out of everything. They all do. And there's tagged. There's like nothing there. Probably a different funding, but you need to get Hooters out of there again. So, no, I'm positive. Wilbur eats education anywhere it comes in. It's actually real crime. I'm sure they're trying to fix it. So you need the vicious shittle from like downtown hood corrections. Yeah, it's an evil animal. It's like the same as these dudes. Our administration in our schools was always the same as these dudes. I'm positive they're absolute hood rats. There's no reason they're supposed to be in here. I wouldn't have, if there was anything to compliment, there is nothing that is incredibly dangerous. The opposite. It's a lifetime of incredibly dangerous and low crime and predators. and then they're just around doing other stuff. Like if they don't have this the like secret place with the rape device on who the shit scientific the idiot Wilbur pig thing. The Richmond poll tax guy, so we don't have a law school. That's what he says in school. Wilbur, he says jurisdiction and poll tax. So we don't have a legal system. You might be being hard on Colonel Sanders. I'm actually never hard on anybody. They have been the incredible entitlements of Huda. Really? Yeah. Huda, the great. Then there's just running around not wearing pants, stealing, everything else. No, he more or less does that. How bad has that been here? He doesn't actually own a muscadine farm. That's fun. Well, that's why he's in the school. It's like when you're at the vet school. Well, I wanted to go to vet school. Well, you lady. It's okay. I got plenty of pre-made for vet classes. But there's also like Help the Cows farms. Oh, we're actually there. We're from suburbia. Lots of people actually had farms and from farming and horses and things like that. It's pretty interesting. No, but he doesn't actually have any of that. That would be interesting. The children like things like farm animals. The college student do or muscadine grape farms. Their parents do also. That they don't have any of that. Okay? They're just like good white trash from that are schizophrenics from downtown. There's tons of single men that live alone with their mothers. In fact, that's about all they hire. They do not require any degrees in a related field whatsoever. The Huda is a plague of a locust. No, it's a man. It's just it's so viciously predatory. It's hard to. It just rapes everything. But no, it's a tank evil. I think it's a male monster. It's a male monster for sure. It's an animal compared to anything else. It's a beast. I can't have you bringing into the community as a person who has survived this monstrosity of a criminal state. I leave a record of every week of my life. Well, you could hurt Bertram. Wait, Wilbur Bertram? Which Bertram? If the flippin' thing was in his right mind at all, flippin', that could be, he's the boss of it. If the thing were in his right mind at all, he would be saying, and I mean, he had which one? You accidentally hit you're gonna blow up a bomb in the courthouse or something? Something like ordinary people. You're there trading in your paperwork, you know. I don't know what this conversation is. Like, because 25 minutes before or it is for the last 5 years, I've been sitting in my car in front of Lowe's while this thing, like, on the cell phone. What if we were playing God? In what? Completely, like, you have brain damage. It's weird and it's not good. I'm turning you into the cops. All of you. I don't know. I don't know what they thought. These guys, I've actually been looking for them. I think you found them. Like I'm gonna kill Bill. Yeah. There is no killing that would ever be enough. That sounds good. Like, but for the incredible amounts of like sexual abuse, nobody wants to be raped by your employees, or sexually abused, or have people brought into communities. It is a completely normal day. No, it's illegal without okay, they actually have child education degrees. That's why it requires it. Yeah. I think there was all this weird stuff that ran by, but it was still like, they Huda Icky it. Everything had to be Huda Icky. I mean, it was just not as Huda Icky in that they still do the hiring. This is Huda Icky like filthy, They're consistently trying to stick penis up something all day. Yeah. Uninhabitable crack house by dirty men that are brain and as low as it goes. The vicious schizophrenic cult of absolute trash and nonsense. And a very specific group that is actually responsible for it as far as like a hypothesis, and could be very easily held accountable and should be, and removed immediately. That company can't be in any way, shape, or form at large. No Zeke. Zeke. They're still very much are very much the Department of Education's like administration and culture. The bosses that look like the working man. Yeah, with the guy going behind the creepy white hair. Are you positive about that? Yes, I'm positive. I'm positive because because it's just there. Oh, that like you go in and the things have like that they've hired all their employees, which look completely inappropriate and male, and they look the same, and they appear and they do really strange things. How bad is the court employee in here? Pretty bad. Very strange, and I don't do anything with them, and they're very strange. They're real hood and offending. I mean, there's no. The whole thing is, it's like a girl with a dragon tattoo, peanut nest. Well, it just is. No, every single. Your school system is Nazi Germany with those men. That the problem is, it just is. No, you're not the boss out of who to the it. You can't have these men that somebody employs out of the state that they're actually a crime problem. That's why very easily you would be able to get now very easily because they're so specific. Because there is a very specific group that you have to and you could hold accountable. That does have to be like today. All of it has to be removed from interaction with minors and the schools and money and everything else. They have zero, zip, and none reason to be interacting with the populace and the school systems today. They're going to be in the school system. Like, you know, if that guy in the car, he's going to drive and he's going to drive and he's going to go in a school today. Okay. And then what it's like, if that guy were the most inappropriate, criminal thing to ever happen. Apparently everything done in Senate. It's the same as the rest of this. Well, that could be an authority figure. Well, yeah. It says it's the corrections worker molesting a child in the court. That's why his filthy sewer. Okay, for him not to criticize, well, that means you've had bad grades before. Yes, that's the twang of the sewer accent. Like the schizophrenic replicating state employee of some sort that comes out of the sewer. Everything done and said by those men and the infrastructure they put up is the ugliest and the lowest I think anything could ever see. Same as this. On the same level. You have the same nonsense going on where you have these men using the state services to do, you don't have any counseling services. There's like a empty, you have these weird middle-aged men. Well, that's my female officer to speak for me. And who that? Michael Jackson. I would disagree. No one's allowed to not pulse with it. Pulse with it. I agree with Huda Stan. The weirdest and most schizophrenic and evil, pretty much, really. The vicious sewer monster is of the incredibly rough nature. Well, you can't say no to me. They could get me fired from my job. A business. And if it looks functional, it has nothing to do with that dude when he runs by us into question. You know what that guy does. So does everybody else. You think the massage therapy devices was his? Because we all remember that. Or maybe just places that you was remember it.
No.
I think so. It was so totally a like polygamous Buddha male child sexual abuse bar. Well, it just was.
Mm.
I can't use that anymore on him. That's his penis a little bit. If her Blake.
Oh.
Where are these guys employed now, and where are the rest of the men employed? Really rough, random hood men that required no credentials that were hired out of somewhere in corrections, law enforcement, security, maintenance. The incredible importance of Megan, Zeke. Well, that's the attitude.
Who got pinwheel arms back?
No, it was evil.
Really? Yeah.
Hi, it's the beast again.
Yeah.
I followed you home from school. Why? Hitler rules us all.
America's been. It could be. Yeah. No. No, I mean, more or less it's Hitler telling me I was Jewish, and also the entire time.
Well, maybe you are compared to the intelligence of the incredible Mr. Sewer Pig Wilbur, the dirtiest animal ever to exist. That's vicious hatred of Huda. My God, are you a Huda? Pulse with it. We're very conservative a little bit. You didn't mean to do that again.
Okay. So you found the source.
I found that rapist.
That is the same rapist. Bullshit.
That's what's weird about it. You're gonna get it. That's the same rapist.
I don't want to know that.
It's weird it was there, but yeah. Oh, that is the same rapist. I wonder how much else it's rape. I bet it's rape. It's an unbelievable rapist. So is that, and that is the stupidest thing anybody ever did, with no credentials and letting Zeke in as like assistant principal. Zeke has no credentials. Neither does Mr. PDO's mental health over there. That's just like a little, like youth villages or whatever, youth camps. Bartlett's Boys Home, really. I'm not sure that. And then over there they've got like a little Michael Jackson nest. They like girls, but that one likes boys. That they might have fun running around doing stuff together a bit and stealing. Mm. I'm allowed in there. Give me that. Please stop being so aggressive. I wouldn't wear with everything. No. Maybe they don't. What is that man supposed to do? Like you interact with the community. Well, honey, you could not fit in your community. I felt okay. Like I said, that I didn't really. Oh, people had unbelievable stories about like behaviors by those men where they really probably like when they start circling and abusing, you can't use that group for that there. That is very obviously like Jared from Subway decides that he's the church camp king. No, he's going to start owning a church camp. He's actually really, pedophilia is very hated. I can't believe they got away with it this long then. If are wonderful. Just go check. Go check the staff roster of state employees as to and where they're coming from out of Department of Education that are actually employed or interacting with and attempting to be in or in through various state services, school systems. Why are you in here and then why won't you stand down when my mother called the cops? Well, maybe you deserved it then. We're like, yeah, you dared. No, but this is Huda Wilbur It's. Yeah, Huda Wilbur It's. The man took. Well, it's always been a man's world in Mr. Schizophrenic La La Land, where Huda the Wilbur It stole that and doesn't give a shit. And then, but don't let the door hit you on the way out because it's Wilbur's. Oh, they would do that to you. We assure you, UNC has in fact no. UNC represents this corrections worker. Well, they do have to get their grades up right then. Well, you weren't clean enough and white enough for them. They have tattoos. Okay, so on the other side of the Stanford prison experiment, where Huda, the dirtiest looking man I've ever seen, walked out of ours day one, all of them. We were in private schools where Huda managed to get in. No, I'm positive. Zeke, and Todietto and Detective Pete walked out. There has never been a lower fag's nest in the history of the human race as to whatever those men were running around doing. So that could be crazy if they report. That goes for overall. Oh, there's never been stupider, poorer quality, and then you just took all the money out, I can tell. Well, that goes to other things. And Huda, the great, well, we've always used, that's a womble. Wombles are not that threatening. That thing is like the beast. Well, if he's just running the Pedio Cafe in here, this would make sense. Because a schizophrenic man hired all this and did all this and is a monster from extremely bad state services. Well, that's like Huda. But he didn't like his school either. He didn't do as well in school. He doesn't even, like, listen to this insane shit out of both of them. They would criticize what gang rape Neto, ghetto, the gangbang Neto did. Apparently what was on the airwaves, no, you do not do this a little bit in here. That is the most evil. Mr. Anuzzi follows people around their houses is like a ghost that rapes people. Apt to ever happen. You can put that better? Why? It's like, I found it. You found the voices in your head. You shouldn't shout a little. You could get in trouble for that. You could be threatening with the needle. Threatening with the needle. There's a ghost app. There's a satellite app that used to rape people. The hotel and motel crotch massager. It got out and was like cruising around our schools, courtesy of it. You have to respect the sensei. I don't think anybody has ever taken that to the level that the things you brought into communities to take it to. With everyone. Yeah. My mother buffered me. I remember she came in, a guy was like rubbing his crotch in his hand, and she said the same thing about the American school. The Wilbur Huda Von Duda that comes in with like the replicating ridiculous, let's call them the Bear County Jamboree, male employees and the one female in the 90s. You kind of just ran hood hole. The retarded schizophrenic man ran a crack house. It's our school. All of them. There was a retarded schizophrenic. The downtown employee needs to be removed in these departments. Like right now. All the courts and the jurisdiction shit, I've been on the phone with them. It's not right now. And you have to get everybody in the school that's congregated that is from these groups, which would be specific groups, out of the schools like by tomorrow so they don't molest any of the children. Also, you need to get the rape actor on and immediately we need the actual, Mr. Guy from Girl with the Dragon Tattoo or something hangs out on you. That bad? Maybe it hurts if you're 9, dude. Wait, he's over there sexually assaulting a 9-year-old in the story. It's weird you've had that device, like that thing with, okay, so the alien John Wayne Gacy spaceship with something plans, yeah. There'd be these absolute filth balls, like the ones cruising around the courthouse. It's unbelievable, but it would land and it would punch you and you'd have had an interaction with like a vicious Huda at the school today that was cruising around from someone. Would not stop. PDO McFondley's was so bad. I keep a record of every week of my life. I'm sitting here watching, we're watching the human experience, yada, yada. That's why I redefine it. Pulse with it. Huda has to talk on this thing a little bit. Maybe you shouldn't, Huda. You use it to rape people. Well, you do. And often children, in my statistical poll, or your people have and do. That's what your people do on this thing, apparently. Which they do. That's actually a concern that your people, apparently the lowest infrastructure could ever bring us. Now, they're dying in the Holocaust with your entire family in the Holocaust is only lower because Huda hasn't gone there. But there's actually nothing lower than the schizophrenic lockdown under the Department of the State Services that brought these men in the school system and in the same replicating schizophrenic, like toss-up infrastructure that brought these sort of like an occupying force of men that were so incredibly offending and criminal, they should be held up for, atrocities and war crimes and hung as such. Whoever created the infrastructure of these ridiculous men that went by the time, I got to like the 7th grade in 1992, these boys had been running around doing this and it was just, there was like absolute degenerate and then lockdown under it. That was coming up. That was like everywhere. If they were using this infrastructure. The males were so icky in that to her. As soon as that thing, you do realize you cannot give the Department of Education, if there's any, to Zeke from Zebulon for some reason, who is now the assistant principal, the school counselor from outsourced corrections for juveniles or something. I mean, I'm not sure. But when you were in the Boca Raton had wandered in from Gainesville, you have a pamphlet, you things are running around. You have a book somewhere, you're running around operating. Well, because you all do the same things and always have. The worst crackhood pedophile nest in the history of the human race, due to the fact that someone purposefully hired all males alone for like middle school and high school teacher. But I mean, and they didn't just hire all males, they hired all other disciplinarians like Huda. But yes, I've always been a disciplinarian and a complete schizophrenic child abuser that came from corrections and whatever this nonsense is. And I was your assistant principal. I did all the hiring for all the males and the one female that like a female officer will speak. What's a man's world? Speak for us in here. I'm sorry you. And then our alien spaceship rape death in the heads. That's just interesting there. Yeah. All the extra. He's going to make child Nicolets brothel or something at you. And it's kids out there run around like whatever. Well, maybe that's like Huda's disgusting, idiot, retarded mouth. You don't take a power position. The other guy did actually say that. I've been very, what are you talking about? You're out of your mind. Well, yeah, I'm punishing you because so you're breaking the law as badly as possible. Well, you lady would do those things, and they would dare to cite that Tony Gang. What happened? How is a Huda it? Because I brought the vicious monster, the beast incarnate, the lowest mankind has ever sunk. You're ridiculous. Where did that come from? That anything else is functioning? Who did do that in there? Who did do that in there? And I hired these other guys, and yeah, just say where the seventh grade? Really? Yeah, like it was the most ridiculous thing. Pedophilically inclined, slightly schizoid rough men show up at state services. Where did they even find them? No, they had no teaching degrees. Like none, zero. Go and check. The not Dr. Evil's childhood, I don't know, or Nicolette Brothel this morning, which he plans to get all cozy in their little tent bed. Well, it's time to get up for school. Remember that? Well, now it's really early. Yeah, Tato beats and abuses children to get up. Around you, really. You should have heard them this morning. Yeah, I want to know where do you know where Osama is? He's just perverts on a pervert device. It's weird the pervert device has been around that long. You shouldn't do that. I'm not at school. I'm dying of cancer right now. It's legal. I'd be doing something else, but I'm like, well, then you'll just be like kind of drunk, and then somebody will like massaging your crotch with that thing. Oh, I'm just saying. I know, but it's fidgety, and I feel like I can't. Don't tell me what to do. Like you're the boss. You can make appropriate suggestions. But and then you can do your job, which is to remove the pedophile. So they hate law enforcement. Nobody hates law enforcement. They hate law enforcement if you do that. It's a hypothesis. All you have to do is go and check who the different people, what exactly it was. The same as this. Like who at the FBI office, like if you call the FBI office and it's Huda, the Bishop Shuttle von Huda. That's really wrong, actually. And I don't know what to do with that, so that I report it everywhere else, and then I call. This is not going to get busted tonight unless you don't call. Actually, a person sometimes. But yeah, the principal has always been a male. You were really, there was a pedophile, my mother called the cops. It's just either you're absolute trash infrastructure there. No, that's absolute trash infrastructure everywhere it is. You need to figure out where the employee with the crotch massager is then. What is the crotch massager? Okay, I'll play what is the crotch massager since I'm stuck with it. And it's extremely important to catch the crotch massager. That's what I'm doing right now. Here at the Swamp Cafe, the electronic police grounder attached to a crotch massager needs to die. But it can die in a world war. It can die in a war. It needed to die in a war, die one. Ours can be subtle. For the guy from Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, we were ew, Daniel Craig is way too old for her, and I think that's working sometimes around here. Well, that's not good. Everybody likes her. It's interesting. Well, it's just there. Or ew. The book's good. The movie was a little worse than there. She's pretty. Her motorcycle is cool. Very stylish. Apparently, I don't care if you're a conservative, Stanford prison experiment. You're not a conservative. You're a schizophrenic pedo with a Michael Jackson nest. We built a whole Neverland ranch over there. All like it's the Emperor's New Clothes. You're not allowed to talk about it. You could be manic depressive now. Yeah, but I'm not. No, he is. But I don't know. A symptom of schizophrenia and methamphetamine use. Could be yours too. Well, I just enforce the law, and I'm gonna be enough with the brain tumor of competition. And ew, what are you competing about? That's a bad drug. It doesn't. You don't see the people with like the teeth and how about a crack street? A hobo street is not doing well on it. Really, schizophrenic street is it? This is not great, to say the least. Think they've always done drugs? Who? The perverts that use this thing that he's on right now? No, maybe. Oh, wow.
And the boss gave me that, and then it is so motivated, I won't stop. It actually does that. That's what it was doing in the tub. Oh, it was really, yeah. Like, I know what it does in the tub. Everybody does. Oh. I don't think it's that important. It's the fact. No. It's a domestic violence article. Oh. Wait a minute, it's a domestic violence cycle.
It's a domestic violence cycle to not stand down and talk about actual things.
appropriately with the community and anyone you're interacting with, and then whatever reason, I'm in horrible pain. I'm like, I think I'm gonna walk down the street, the thing's gonna electrocute me and follow me. It followed me, I went to, I'm just sort of like dealing with the trauma of like, oh my God, I'm not gonna be able to just lay down and go to sleep. I'm gonna be assaulted, and sexually assaulted as badly as possible. There's nothing I can do about it. I am literally, and I'm being like electronically beaten really, really badly. You have no idea the absolute horror of it. All the years of it.
Does it make you very ladylike? Enough with the sexually assaulting always as badly as possible.
My crotch area. I'm dead. I should be in a hospital bed getting x-rays, and so should anybody else they have. And the normal kind of hospital bed, hit it.
The attitude is so unbelievable.
It's just everything is done. I said, where's the sexual assault device coming from? Because we're gonna have to go actually to the cable company. Yeah, like in Jim Carrey, the cable guy, and get in the building and take it from them somehow. Like the Congress is gonna have to. You need to get wherever else the satellite scanning of the body is used, and then who uses it as a sexual assault device? Because there's been extreme there's been extreme use of the damn thing out of to sexually assault people, especially children almost. And it's probably going to be your groups. Your schools were absolute trash. There's never been a lower bunch of infrastructure trash to ever exist. Your public sector was absolute shit here. Like, this is the poorest, stupidest, most criminal, most thieving, and nothing quality. You ran a crack house. Completely. Just a dead, and you stole out of it, and you brought all these criminal men that had no place whatsoever where they were to run around and do things. Literally, you are an unbelievable and should go down in the history books as such. As just sort of a, something like his Japanese occupation of the school system.
Because you came in like that and you put a over company out of schizophrenic hood services downtown that then hired replicating criminal men who were in fact Neverland in nature. The whole thing was, which turned into a schizophrenic cult lockdown under this replicating male, just ridiculous and poorest quality looking and acting, which you did not stop infrastructure forever. So that the whole thing, like, you just walked in and to the school system for all throughout the 90s. And it was welcome to Huda's Zeke Bar, which was absolutely ridiculous. Because you put Huda Mansour at Duda as the head of administration. So we ended up literally under somewhere, heads of administration. So we ended up under a schizophrenic cult dictatorship where these dirty old males that had no credentials whatsoever, zero zip credentials. I assure you, the Huda schizophrenic, it does have some reason whatsoever and has them like all the other offenders to be there whatsoever. And then they tend to just run it at half staff or hire some offenders if they're going to, mess with things that, what do you call it? Well, that's what you say that's stupid. Huda would criticize. Apparently they're half dead from, in your story, half unconscious from the pain. That's why I criticize. That could be about sex. Because Huda, because Zeke ran a wonderful sewer of filth, the swastika of the Huda it, the most psychotic and disgusting criminal animal America has ever harbored since slavery, since the Civil War. As to state crime and infrastructure, there has never been lower groups of men. Huda, I need you out of the government tax dollars so you can run like a dictatorship of schizophrenia over being like you're like a behavioral criminal of children for God's sake, and it's psychotic. Now, I'm positive not one of you has any reason to. Yeah, they're three fingers heroes to be in a school. I never have. You are trying to branch out or just wandering over from corrections psychology as a or juvenile money making or something. Juvenile state, which is going to be like juvenile corrections, foster care. Where were the school counselors in any of your stuff is actually correct. You instead hired replicating downtown hood employees that locked it down in antisocial personality, predatory and sexual abuse disorders, and nothing but. Unless you have a child education degree, or child care degree, or child counseling degree, a child, then you literally would bring that on campus and then run around with it, like having a party. Maybe they got too good on that thing. That's why I showed them that. We'll just figure out what it is, but yeah. Oh, that's the same guy. Same dudes. That is really, yeah. You need to figure out what that is, and you need to get it immediately away from them, and then it's on the front page of the news. I have plenty of stuff, like I can't hear myself think. I mean, deterred by Todietto breaking up a riot on a Todietto. Aneto's behavior is so bizarre, and actually, we're not in Westworld, Huda, again. With those is respected guys of that. Not if they're like raping little kids, they're not respected guys of that. You should get off the assistant principal. It's not that, it's a specific company, basically, or a department. Like the jurisdiction crap or something. We've always had that a little bit, but there's no such thing as a problem. You need to get that crap out of the schools because they molest the children, and they actually need to be gotten out of the schools like now, like today. Because you also need to say if they have those devices that they use amongst themselves, that they go towards the schools. Yeah, like for sure. Out of whoever's using the sexual assault devices now, and then out of all the groups that are running around with them, and actually with them. Like everybody actually running around with schizophrenic wazoos openly sexually abusing over here needs to. You need to check them for they can no longer be employed. You're not allowed to run around with a pedophile. We make coffee in here. We're definitely teachers. Pedophile zoos. Pedophile zoos do unbelievable stuff. I'd be interested in mapping the infrastructure of pedophile zoos and domestic violence, schizophrenia, and hood monsters. And I'm just grumpy because that thing's falling in my crotch. I would be in right now. I didn't even know that. Well, it is. No. So I left the Casper family. Listen to who to talk. Who the hell is that man? It's a man who sided with the judge from Zebulon, Arkansas, who created this evidence, who felt that it was totally okay for him to do this in here. This is not actually a schizophrenic pedophile more. No, it's also a schizophrenic pedophile jar, and it does that with the replicating employed under the company of the great pedophile. No, they were here too, and they were all over the place. They were in Boca. They were running around out of like downtown services. Just you had like pedophiles, kind of like the beast, literally the beast. It's just the facts, really. Yeah, it looked really good, really. Yeah, like I mean, if you were there for people who, the Zeke looking guys look really hood. They're viciously hood. I mean, it's kind of. I mean, they're kind of cruising to grab a child and, rape them, sexually abuse them, domestically abuse them. You're right, that was what it was. Like it was the same dude even. I went, I killed ours. It came to a bad end in like Gaylang or something. Or it was that dude. It was actually there to like, that thing was unbelievable. Maybe they all do that. I think so, because the Supreme one hired all the other ones that do that, so now there's an army of them. So the Zeeks know each other that use the sexual assault devices to where do they get the things? I mean, yeah. It could be the same guys. It's the same group. That's something they wants to do, really, yeah. There's probably like 8 of them. They talked about that because you like that or something. There's 8 of them here. I think it's the Stewart King controllers. They're like really specified too. It's Hitler. Is it or Hitler's the Stewart King controllers? It's also the song. Not really. We just have a war and we take out the infrastructure. Day one, you just shoot those. I don't like Mondays, you kill that day. You can do all that as a kid. Sure. Like a Rosh in Les Mis. Like that thing, every pig sack of sewer trash, one of them. It's just, you cannot have, I've said this before, like it is, you can't have those men that come out of the state services that look like that are so incredibly bad. You can't have that like army of those things. How bad could it be in there? You cannot. They're like these dudes. Yeah. Those people might just work there and they're not sure they're in there. They look like Cody wandered in or something. I don't really remember. Next day, I don't remember. Actually, it's been an entire lifetime of like pre-Civil War infrastructure of schizophrenic pig farms. And who does? things that popped out of my cell phone as I'm driving on the road on my golf course. This is just like these guys in Arkansas. They're completely retarded men that nobody would possibly run around with. It's just he's going to be depressing. He's going to be here all night doing this. I don't know what people are doing with that story. Well, you could hope to win. What if there's dead people in a sewer that were home invaded? They run around like schizophrenic crackheads that molest people. These guys like viciously attack you for. I'm not sure if I was gonna. They're not allowed to let men like these run around and follow people home. And like I think of like the NC State campus. It's next to the Central Prison and the stuff on top. Yeah, like you're not actually supposed to be on the campus. Neither of you say video. And I'm not sure. It changes at different times, but the problem is the actual infrastructure really. They're like the people from Holes or something. Except that's Holes around here. Oh, but that's Jones School, like, spanks you and uncles you. And then steals money. It might know that about itself. It was at that time. I think it was having a party. I have no idea how these things happen. But like, if you're in the room with it, they actually do. And that's a terrible idea. Like, if you were in the room with what I'm describing, because I'm actually describing something real, it would be absolutely ridiculous. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a problem. There wasn't really a problem. It's just what they. And I'm smart enough to find like anything functional, and then that is where it comes from, and then it's actually a big problem. Those dudes aren't allowed to do that. Whichever dudes are doing stuff they're not allowed to do. In the local like school systems in the North Carolina area, because they actually are pretty like. They just have like random guys that don't look like they belong there. Those dudes are scary, I think. Probably, I think they're vehicle. They are for various intensive purposes because they're bad. Yeah, the one that looks like it's like a pedophile with like a. Like a net out or something. Nest. They get away from that in the bookstore. You're all oblivious, and I don't know, some of those they really do like follow you and stuff. I don't know what they do. The school system in place where they do stuff. The ridiculous, like the school system is actually kind of a mess. They also decided they were going to do that in like the middle school. I have no idea why and why they're there in high school. Various high schools. Mad firmware outbreak in the summer break. Yeah, it's a mad firmware here. There was like a guy that would stalk in your house, or there'd be like another person in your house or in your like bedroom. That's what it is here. It was like the same dudes. It's really creepy. No, it's like a schizophrenic crackhead so nasty and his friends, and he would just say really scary stuff. They would say stuff like that back in the day. We just saw something scary on TV. They would talk on the TV.
I probably would watch TV with me. It was the cable guy.
Probably that was another like option. See what guy was. He was really psycho. Like whoever these people were, they like to show you like really explicit things or talk about them, and then it was like a rapist. It's actually a really dangerous dude and positive. No, and he was like really out there. But yeah, like those guys doing that were actually a thing. They're creepy, creepy. The cable box and like cell phone stalkers out of something in something out there, either Zeke's pawn shop or they could work as correctional employees and stuff like that. These guys are just unbelievably rough. Yeah, it's like crackhead hooker alley. I mean, in prison. They're unbelievable. I guess I'm right around 6 and yeah, but Jesus, nobody's ever. You definitely can't bring these men into a community and allow them to have access to anything around me or me. Obviously me. Because you, lady, this is, man, I get what I do and I'm talking to her. I don't care about that. I don't care about you. I care about me. Something to say there? I guess. I care about getting this man off my cell phone and you have to be arrested right now. And like I called and called and called and the police will not get this guy not stalking me. I don't want to talk about sexual assault devices on your television. Well, that's why I get Netflix on Facebook. It's a problem and actually that's an important thing to catch. I guess that was actually just like, we're gonna describe the school system place. Weird men for no reason. Really just like the weirdest men ever. And they look like downtown corrections people. These guys are absolutely schizophrenic. It's like the weirdest man in the basement of prison. It's in the jail. I guess it's technically a heavy breather, but I mean, it's a complete schizophrenic dude. Nothing he says, like, can I say anything? He's absolutely determined to, like, scream. I like kids a lot. Why am I stuck repeating like that? But yeah, that is actually a man doing that. And yeah, like, I'm tired of interacting with him. Like, the thing like follows me and like it talks about everything I'm doing and like I'm following you down the road and stuff like that. It's really scary. So you're like a child brothel. It's like both of those things. That was all like this. I don't know many victims. 16 victims, right? And then Johnny Gacy's spicy. Both of those. They got these really creepy. these guys you can take them over because they do actually have to be arrested. So somebody else can, then you can remove them. It probably needs stuff in it. Other than what's actually in the skull also. And then, I don't know. These are just like Department of Education and all the human service employees. They occupy this whole, they run around, they run and do, buy and do creepy stuff. Really, yeah. They stalk the schools and something might try to follow you home from them. Really, yeah. That's the kind of the crime we have. The crime, I wouldn't want to live on the school campus though. He likes to scream a lot of stuff like that. The man is so retarded. It's so creepy. Oh, weird. Yeah, there's a guy that likes to scream about stuff. It can't be in my house. If a pet something follows you home from the school and does this, which it actually does sometimes. And positive too, which is weird. Say it out louder. What that witch is saying. Jesus. I think the other guy ran away. Oh, jeez. I mean, call the police. He might just make like children, like buy children and keep them as sex slaves. Then he was then he shouts like he bites his knuckles because he's that hot for kids and he's gonna kidnap them. And you're supposed to be a murderer. And then he's gonna come to your house. Well, that's actually what the thing says. If you say kid, no, it's totally okay. He bites his knuckles for being hot for kids, and that's totally okay. He gets to do that. Well, I mean, where is that guy's mind? Somewhere, way down to the bottom. What's great? What was that sentence even about? That's how bad that is. It's not great, really. Yeah, that is what that is. Really, yeah, that thing's bad. Yeah, because then people are like, want to neighbor pornography you and your boyfriend. Yeah, hopefully that's like a different. Just tell them no, we're fat and here and ugly. You know, they follow you home from like, from like a party or something or like a club. Period. Destroy it. Because I've had them do that before.
The view is so pretty. I can't, like, he like shouts like at the top of his screaming schizophrenia alone. Yeah. And then he's actually like hitting me, electrocuting me. Then he wanted to make something like a child brothel and like in the golf cart putting Walgreens in the Publix or something. Last time I was here. And it's gotten weirder and weirder. And then it's always was like absolute weird. One of these guys. But it is interesting that they're, listen, this is actually, okay, I don't care what you brothel people have corrections to, but you can't do it in here. You can't be in people's houses. Unfortunately, like, each other. Her mama? Not his mama, somebody else's. A big dyke? Yeah, it kind of like lowered his estrogen level or something. I think that was so. Is that what makes the serial killers? Their serial killers are too horny. For like, I forget to do all that a little bit. Jesus. We could actually have like some bonding or something, I guess. They were kind of just squishing the meat. I think so. It was horrible. Yeah. Well, that was the name of like the new one he found. I was sleeping in my chair. I fell asleep on the floor next to the bed. He married in your pajamas or something. It was awful. I'm like, yeah. He was vacuuming. And I was massaging my butt. And I was so asleep I didn't notice, but as soon as I woke up, I noticed it was massaging my butt acting up. Well, it was awful. I think I'm gonna die from it. You're the one doing it, it's actually real. I mean, can make things fall down the stairs and get you. No, you can't. Yes, they can. That thing scared the shit out of me as a kid. Yeah, it was like the same thing too. I wonder what it is. It's a graviton. Yeah, maybe. He said something about that. Yeah. I swear it's old. What the ghost demon app? Yeah, it is weird. No, because it's like the same thing. What is it even? No, it was a rapist back then too. It like did that in the shower. It was like and talked about it. It was like dish of the teeth. So I can tell about its tech. It was disgusting. Yeah. I think. Yeah, I think so. Oh, it was. It's talking about tissues and penises and things, and like all sorts of weird stuff. Bigger homes. It was very creepy. I think it was a retarded man from a creepy white band. That was a psychotic. It could have been anybody because the house was empty. Guys that follow people home from like security offices that are dangerous. They do that like around here too. People that stalk on your cell phone and do weird stuff, but they actually do like pornography. Or things it says. Or you two can have sex? No.
you sure? Yes. I'm falling asleep. I think I have to go point first. Maybe. Are you sure? Maybe that was last night. Really had like it's like describing all these like pumping positions or something. And it's the guy the guy and then poking at your butt. Oh, how did that up to? That's why I didn't sleep well. There was like a guy that actually strangled me. Really, yeah, it was really creepy. Yeah, I would have gone for restraining too and made him fight it. But they had a penis super cross, like it was hideous. So yeah. No, you were saying that you actually made a guy that strangles people or something? I had been recording, I was sleeping on the floor. The exercise mat or something. Puts lotion in the bucket, puts lotion on the skin. I died. Maybe. The I don't remember. Oh, he like said he was gonna try to strangle you. It's a ghost like house app or something. So and then like he gets up there. It was pretty strangly. Like yeah, it's creepy. It's just creepy. It's certainly evil now. Oh, and I've seen this kind of stuff before happen. Oh, whatever this is. He wants to scream stuff, I think. The guy's just a screaming schizophrenic, but the access to technology they have is really bad and really dangerous. And it has been here. But that's correct. That also goes for using the county courthouses and jail to do whatever these guys did there. Kidnap me, just like totally hood, also totally wide and as they did. Kind of a total ridiculous kidnapping for no reason. That is a problem. But the thing is this guy, right? That's why. Like, well, it is this guy. It doesn't really matter even. You're just not allowed to do it anymore to me or at all. As long as like I didn't stop anybody. I didn't skits out and that's what this guy says. It's like this guy. Apparently was really drunk corrections workers or crackheads now. Nobody else was around. My parents called everyone. Mhm. No, it's absolutely hideous.
oh, he hit me in the head, then or something. That whatever's going on, actually, like, I don't know. You could have that like effect, like a crucible or something. No, there's actually such a thing. They need to get it away from these guys. Oh, it's creepy and dangerous. I don't really care, really. Yeah, the problem is it's going on right now. It needs not to be, and 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 then probably they need to do that. They need to check for pedophiles and really bad retarded corruption. Yeah. And how would the dead people found well have died? Let's just say how. That was like the guy. He's talking about conversations. The big psychotic fat man. Like, oh, I remember. I wish that would block me. It was so creepy. Yeah, I was trying to sleep. It's like at the end of the bed or something. It's a big fat man. They're and completely schizophrenic. And every time you like started to lay down or sit down, it was like, it would attack you, like goose you with the thing. And then this is all. There's a man chasing me around screaming dirty words. Also, it was a complete schizophrenic 300-pound monster that scared the crap out of me. No, that's actually when the sexual assault debauch showed up. I'm not sure. You put it better. It was really bad. Oh, all of a sudden something was like assaulting me. And the other one was you wish that would block me, and that was like before something was like doing that. Hogula again. Things it said. Who cares what it said? Like, but I mean, yuck. It's just been really exhausting. It's ridiculous. Somebody needs to arrest this. It's a complete schizophrenic man talking to himself, really. It's like a total schizophrenic crackhead that's like a romance and his friends. Yeah, it's something about like, I don't know, it's like selling children in Hooker Alley and really like they're unbelievable. I cannot imagine that something needs to arrest. I'm not sure. I was like, they're just a crazy man, really, really stalking me. It's a pretty rough crowd. You should tell that story about the other guy. I'm not sure. I don't think I did though. I think that's. I'm just concerned. About that specifically. Oh, what? Like every single thing you've done inside, it's completely insane. Wherever you are, who cares? It's the problem is you won't stop doing stalking me.
I'm gonna crush myself, sure. It's a really bad, very bad crime. No, everybody needs to know. Everybody needs to know there is such a thing. So I'm gonna talk about it. Yeah, how's it? What way is it? There's two of you in there, is it supposed to be? I think so. I think so. Because we're old and kind of married with 3 children. We're grown and 10. You're talking with shit. Right. And I don't talk to them, they're like, but yeah, they're creepy. If guys follow you home. They really abuse the inaudible noise out. That's all good that is. To do what? Themselves? And now that they can touch other people, that's unbelievable. I've lost a little. That's very much the case. All throughout. Which I would have been fine doing. No, that's kind of what it was like. These guys came in school. That's actually correct. Who do you think I was in? The people not getting you out of my house and off my phone. Really figure out how long you can. Apparently, but actually, it was kind of also bad due to the crime rate and everything else. This man couldn't like stalk me day one. It was really bad. I'll say it's hideous for me. Well, what kind of advice? Well, of course, he was like really wanting, and I mean, how bad is the thing? It's like a absolute, it's a very monster. Dude, where are you? What is your name? It's schizophrenic behind me. It's me, I think.
Like it's just too retarded to function. Like what the hell even deal with those? Functional maps? I would remember I smoked with maybe couldn't sleep.
Oh, or Zoe. That's right.
Blueberry cheesecake and gelato weed. Okay, this is something else. Strawberry gelato. Fake weed and anything. I was able to like the doctor gave me some like Valium stuff and kind of I was able to fall asleep. It would help falling asleep. I need to get some NyQuil. I don't know what to do. I'm actually gonna get some coffee. Strawberry. I got this. It's got worse and worse. Quit the topic. I mean, I don't know if it's a problem. It's a concern. There's like a thing attacking me because it can attack other people, and it's attacking me. And there is actually a thing attacking me, and I'm sure. Well, it did. Gave you suggestions. No, it did. And I shouldn't be this on my hand, but I think it's because I'm being electrocuted. No, that's how I feel about it anyway. But of course, I would know. People have watched it. So who's doing the best deal? I'm trying to take over something. We're gonna ride it a little bit and just take over everything. We'll take over Raleigh. Raleigh. Like Knoxville. Greensboro. Well, I was thinking of that too for taking over. I'm taking over Schumann. Let's take over North Carolina. Take over Virginia. Sort of Richmond. I'm mad at that guy. Because you can take over stuff that's like, that guy's coming. You have to, you're gonna turn it into something that's functional because this stuff isn't. Call them, they catch on about that. Yeah, because they're actually, that's actually what it is. Because that's actually what it looks like. It's absolutely hideous.
by the way, they kept like women in a well or something. Hookers to get out. What's that? That's quite the topic again. I hate this crazy day on my slots. Cops will think you're bad. Oh, they'll think I'm bad. Me. You could think they're crazy. I'm so crazy. Just new, I guess. It's true, I do. I guess.
The only way you defeat crazy is you stand up to it. I'm back. Remember when the most dangerous thing in a suburban house wasn't the wiring, the pool, or even the guy that sold you the place, but it was a bedroom closet that quietly doubled as a doorway to wherever the dead may roam? Well, that was Poltergeist. MGM released it June 4th, 1982, 1 week before E.T. Officially directed by Tobe Hooper, produced by Steven Spielberg, who also came up with the story and shares the screenplay credit. To this day, nobody fully agrees where one man's job ended and the other's began, and we'll get into that mess later. Craig T. Nelson plays Steve Freeman, a suburban dad who sells the exact kind of houses he probably should have read the fine print on himself. Jo Beth Williams is Diane, who spends the back half of this movie negotiating with the dead for custody of her own daughter. Heather O'Rourke is 5-year-old Carol Ann, the only person in that house the ghosts have any interest in talking to, and Zelda Rubinstein is Tangina, the medium who shows up 2/3 of the way in and instantly outranks everybody else on screen. Today, we're counting down 15 weird facts about Poltergeist you probably didn't know, and stick around for number 1. The single most famous scare in this movie is a lie from both ends, and it's been sitting in every copy since 1982. Now, before we get into it, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe. Carol Ann didn't hesitate to walk toward the light. Don't make us beg you to hit one button. Alright, they're here with number 15, 1 lunch break, 2 movies. Imagine losing one of the biggest roles of the decade and accidentally landing an even bigger one. That's what happened to Drew Barrymore. She read for Carol Ann during the 1981 casting process and was a real contender, but Spielberg had something specific in mind, and he found it somewhere nobody was holding auditions. 5-year-old Heather O'Rourke was having lunch in the MGM commissary with her mother while her older sister shot pennies from heaven on the lawn. Spielberg finished eating, walked over, and asked the family to bring her in. She bombed the first audition. He handed her a stuffed animal, hoping for terror, and got giggles instead. Wrong bait. So he had her come back with a scary storybook and asked her to scream, and she screamed until she started crying. That did it. Barrymore didn't go home empty-handed, though. Spielberg had a second Family in Peril movie lined up right behind this one, so he slid her into E.T. as Gertie, the role that made her a star. 1 lunch break and 1 commissary, and 2 of the biggest movies of the decade got their faces. Number 14, Stephen King was on a boat. Spielberg wanted Stephen King to help write this movie. He just couldn't reach him. Spielberg was building Poltergeist and went straight at the biggest name in horror, hoping King would work on the script with him. King was interested. King was also on a ship crossing the Atlantic to England. No internet and no cell service. Heck, no cell phones at that point. Just a slow boat and a filmmaker waiting on an answer. By the time King got word and got back to him, Spielberg had already moved on and brought in Michael Grace and Mark Victor to write it with him. Both men told the story exactly that way decades later, and neither one blames the other. A communication breakdown. That's all it took. They still haven't worked together, not for lack of wanting to either, though. In 1982, Spielberg had Universal buy King's novel The Talisman for him outright before the book was even published, and he's owned it ever since, mentioning every few years that he still hopes to make it. Two giants of American entertainment, and the closest they ever got was a boat. Number 13, skeletons were in the pool. Diane Freeling gets pulled into a muddy, half-dug pool and comes up surrounded by skeletons clawing out of the mud around her. Those weren't built by anyone, those were real. Effects artist Craig Reardon ordered them out of a biological supply catalog, the same classroom skeletons that hang in anatomy labs, because in 1981, real human bones were cheaper to buy than good fakes or to build. 13 of them, in fact. Reardon and his collaborator, Michael McCracken, then sculpted the prop directly onto the actual skulls, casting foam rubber masks onto real bone until the whole thing looked like something out of an old horror comic. Jo Beth Williams spent 4 or 5 days down in that mud, screaming, surrounded by them, assuming the entire time she was working with plastic. She did not find out on set. Years later, she ran into one of the effects guys and told him what an amazing job they'd done building all those skeletons. He told her that nobody built them. The unease outlasted the shoot. Williams has said it hung over the cast badly enough that when Poltergeist 2 started filming, co-star Will Sampson, a Muskogee Creek medicine man in real life, performed an exorcism on set alone in the middle of the night. Number 12, nobody told the clown to stop. Robbie Freeling's clown doll is the single prop most responsible for an entire generation being scared of clowns, and shooting the scene where it drags him under the bed came uncomfortably close to a real emergency. Oliver Robbins, who played Robbie, was 10 years old. There was no CGI to fall back on, so the kid had to physically wrestle a full-size mechanical clown, and during the strangling beat, the puppet's arms closed around his throat and kept tightening. Robin started saying he couldn't breathe. Everyone watching assumed he was crushing him. Spielberg reportedly hollered at him to keep going, that he was doing great, right up until he noticed the kid's face was changing color. Then he ran in and pried the arms off him. Robbins couldn't confirm a word of it. When asked about that day years later, he said he's heard the story plenty of times, but he has no memory of it at all, and figures he probably blacked out. So, the most famous near disaster on this production is a story where everybody knows except the 10-year-old that it happened to. Number 11, nobody wrote the face ripping scene. Marty hallucinating that he's tearing his own face off in a bathroom mirror is the scare this movie gets remembered for. A writer would build an entire screenplay around that image, but nobody wrote it. The scene was in the script. The face ripping, however, wasn't. It got invented on the floor by Michael McCracken, Craig Reardon's collaborator on the making effects, while the crew was already set up shooting the other gags in that sequence. We only know because of sworn testimony a few years later when a lawsuit forced the people who made this movie to explain under oath exactly who came up with what. McCracken got his makeup credit. He never got credit for the idea. The most quoted scare in the movie technically belongs to nobody by name. Somebody should really fix that. Number 10, Mom and Dad got high on regular. Before the ghosts turn vicious, Poltergeist stops everything for one scene that has nothing to do with hauntings. Steve and Diane, alone in bed after the kids are finally down, pass a joint back and forth and slowly dissolve into giggling. Jo Beth Williams and Craig T. Nelson weren't smoking the devil's lettuce. They rolled the joints with oregano and, as Nelson later told Vanity Fair, tried to light them in Hawaii anyway. That's commitment. Almost none of the good stuff was written. Nelson had worked as a comedy writer and done stand-up, so Hooper and Spielberg just let the two of them run, and Nelson came up with the bit where he sucks his gut in and lets it back out. Before, after, Williams has said that one put her in real hysterics, and that after enough takes, the two of them started to actually feel stoned. There's a long-running theory that they were still lit later on, when the Freelings cornered their poor neighbor and asked if he's noticed anything strange.
That's
what
Says no.
kind of stuff.
They just sounded insane
It's
because
long.
what they were saying was literally insane. Number 9, Spielberg filmed his own childhood
For
reboot.
$10.
Poltergeist is Spielberg's childhood.
Already
Look, he laid it out for Rolling Stone. E.T. was his personal resurrection. poltergeist was his personal nightmare. Both came straight out of growing up, and he named the fears specifically: a clown doll, a closet, whatever might be under the bed, and a tree outside his window in New Jersey that seemed to move at him whenever the wind came. Every one of them is in the finished movie. He's called The Tree Grabbing Robbie a direct steal. The movie only exists because a different project died. After Close Encounters, Spielberg developed a horror follow-up called Night Skies about a family under siege from hostile aliens and hired Piranha writer John Sayles to script it. Then he offered it to Toby Hooper. Hooper didn't want the aliens. He wanted a ghost story, so they traded the extraterrestrials for the dead, and the friendly alien piece got handed off to Melissa Matheson, who turned it into E.T. Both opened 1 week apart. The press called it the Spielberg Summer, and the guy everyone still insists had no real input on Poltergeist is the only reason it's a ghost story. Number 8. Somebody already wrote this. In 1962, Spielberg holds sole story credit on Poltergeist. Richard Matheson holds none, and he had a few things to say about that. Matheson's 1962 Twilight Zone episode, Little Girl Lost, follows a girl named Tina who slipped through her bedroom wall into another dimension. Her parents can hear her calling for help but can't see her or reach her, and it ends with a parent crossing over her back. He got the idea the night his own daughter rolled under her bed and he could hear her but couldn't find her. Spielberg grew up on the Twilight Zone and by Matheson's account asked to borrow a copy of that episode years earlier because he wanted to adapt it. Matheson also thought that the parapsychologists who turn up with scientific gear to measure a haunting came out of his novel, Hell House. His summary, years later, Poltergeist was inspired by one of his, and he never got credit for it. And Matheson was no stranger to Spielberg. He wrote Duel, the TV movie that put Spielberg on the map in the first place. He never sued.
Got a pile of clothes you never wear anymore? Turn them into cash remittances. Snap a photo, Mr. Item. Easy. Once it sells, the buyer covers shipping. And with zero seller fees, you keep every dollar you earn. Less clutter in your home, more money in your pocket. With millions of users and low cost for your buyers, it's easy to start selling and earning. Start selling on today.
That's how glad you are. Would somebody please get this like different?
This is not a social monster. This is a real money game.
That's
for
embarrassing.
motorists.
But yeah, it's an important
Spielberg
criminal
never
catch
made
because
it publicly in it.
there is actually a criminal there. Nobody calls. Because we go see it. Scared the heck out of it. It's scaring the heck out of me that I know it's a hang on a cell phone. Yeah. Well, that's why that really can't be in there and just overall. I mean, it's not, without you doing this, it's not an existential crisis because like lots of other things are fine. And everything you find, everything was just fine about you and all of you. Unless you have a reason to be there and only action or interaction in a specific proper professional role or in a company that's functioning. That can
Probably you should see if other people like strippers or something, because I think they do it at the strip club. I bet they hang out there, they've seen them. How do these criminals are? Go with the cops if there's somebody asking questions, but yeah. Whoever's around, like, it's so creepy. Would you please get off of me? You can't interact with me anymore.
I swear, I think you're being sexually harassed with abuse. I'm actually being assaulted. Did they make fun of you? You need to apply the law here and this crime has been going on like a long time. I don't know, that's like, they like calls you like a crackhead in the jail or something. Calls me that. Well, maybe it could happen inside the game, you know, as a, eventually, like, you're, now, you sound stupid. The police had to arrest you right away. You can't stalk me, wherever you are stalking me. Not that they're like ghost house, ghost rape house. Oh yeah, they've been up with stalking me on Anonymous Boys and sex offending, running around, stalking. It's really creepy. Get off my accounts. You're not wearing pants on speakerphone. That's a good one. That makes you very angry if it said on the stuff that you can't overturn the case because he had a reason he arrested you, he thought you were crazy because he doesn't know you and there's a friend in the guy. Whereas these men are really yes. I don't know why people do it because there are men who. What is it? Who say what it is. Already dead. Plus, what I'm noticing these days is those guys don't really like 25 years in prison. They money. They're doing anything that's stupid, or that's stupid or weird. It's a very normal day like that. I don't know who these men are that are doing these, but they don't seem like they have any real expertise or credentials or anything. I don't know why they're calling the shots or why there aren't any people with expertise or credentials or anything else. But they should go to prison and because of everything they've done to me. The problem is stuff like this, for example, we get it just fine. Please go check my internet and cable account to see who's on my internet and cable and, or not cable, cell phone account. You could sound stupid. You're always jumping and screaming like that. There's a guy shouting like 30 words. And something's like attacking me. I'm like, oh, forgive me. It's talking in my flash. are quantifying capabilities out there.
No, you need to know, but yeah, as the guy that it's happening to, you need to know all of this stuff, actually. As far as, you know, for your safety, and for everybody's safety, and for public safety. And then it has to be stopped, nobody's allowed to, do any of this stuff. The whole, hey, crazy animal stopped following me around. And, my evidence is created, and I turned it in, and doing horrible stuff. And, I turned it in everything. And my evidence is created. And, it's been verified, and maybe I should try to get my evidence. Where the police have, you're not supposed to touch it because you have mental health issues. Mental health issues. No, you don't. Pretty bad. He doesn't have advanced superpowers, but he does have he has some kind of break device he's using on her also in the story of other people and just all this crazy gibberish. And like I reported, I was talking, I was mirroring my cell phone and just following me around by GPS. And then you could hear him because he enabled microphones. Maybe he could hear you. And then he also sits around and watches what you watch on the internet. And like does stuff with your cell phone account. But he watches the internet too. He like mirrors maybe the laptop, your internet account. It's very much the case though. There's like a guy that sits there and watches what you watch on your cell phone. That's why you're probably getting in on your internet account. I mean, it must be your actual internet account because in the story, because you can sign out of everything and he's still showing your cell phone. But I believe he does the same thing with the internet. Because he's definitely online with you. And it has something that's like, the potatoes. Hey. Jeez. Hey, there's something that follows you really badly. No, I'm positive. I don't mean like electrocuted. There's something that touches you now. It's evil. It's absolutely evil. He has a percussion massage device hooked up to a body scanner. This is monkeying behind. Apparently they violently rape you with a massage therapy device attached to a body scanner that can actually hit you. I could have told you they would. Really, yeah, it's unbelievable. Really, yeah. As to whatever was stalking, I wrote it down like, what in the world is that? No, I wrote it down correctly. I think Otis Tool is a slightly newer hire. Yeah, I think the first Otis Tool and the Lenny was I was in Florida or back in Perry, but not so much. Maybe like once when I came back up. Well, that's the whole time, but towards the end. And then when I was back down in Florida, and I think that's the same guy. That he really, really schizophrenic, retarded, watched this one, and then he's running around screaming that they're sexually abusing children and that they're going from office to office and they have lots of tissues. And that makes like, and they're so happy and horny or something. Oh, they're like, I mean, it's unbelievable, but they're so angry and then they have to do that and then they're also RIPing other people. I mean, it's like, I don't know what it is over there. A bunch of RIP is, and then they're like on my cell phone and they're screaming that they're like one of lost kids. And then something's following me quite badly.
I believe it's corrections workers. This case, everybody's been watching it for a long time. You should know. Bring this sad, like, no, those are just good dudes. Nobody ever rechecks who those are. Who those are. They shouldn't be there. That group actually has to go. I remember that also is a, it's a concern. It's got like mood lighting. You shouldn't, right? Yeah. What does? I don't know, ad? It's yes. It's lots of like stuff about like he's reading really bad pornography and then the kidnapping and raping and murdering people. Okay, what are you talking to yourself over there? What are you doing, Mr. Crazy Man? You have to stop. Already. Oh, the guy's car matches the Spanish lost. Almost everything. Um, Should I announce it? I've smoked in the house for years off and on, and it actually doesn't smell. But I'm dying down here. If I die from electrocution or whatever, really, or being punched and bludgeoned, it's like really awful. You need to get what they have and then charge them with it. Like, oh, and overall, I haven't been able to sleep laying down because the thing like, you could just whatever. It's a crime, you have to fix it. You have to list it. You do have to follow the sexual assault device and home invasion stalking device, around and catch it. Catch every word it's used and what it is and so on. Why, I didn't see, I'm not, that actually is just the case. Just there, just there, it was my fault, you go check it. And I mean, I didn't do anything, so, you okay, for the place. I think, I don't know. be bald eagles, but they're nothing else. I've seen bald eagles here. This has got to end. This crazy man, there's a big lightning strike. There's been great lightning and thunderstorms. This has to end. I can't, that these people can't be stalking me anymore. Like I'm alone in my house, I can lay down and like this absent monster is not in my house anymore. It is the creepiest stalker ever, and something is like hitting me and touching me. Wow, that is a big thing. That's how creepy it is.
No, it's definitely guys. It's definitely people. You need to catch them because it's good to catch them. It's not a pepper. Oh, big wingspan. It's got a big wingspan. There was another one behind it that had a really big wingspan. It's funny with all the birds. There's owls and like you see these ospreys go by. It's like bird crossing here or something. Birdsing. There's another osprey. I guess they all hang out here. They hang out here. It's the place for a bird. That's really silly or something. I want to go check out there's lights nearby here. Kind of broke, but I'm gonna go out and look for the house. I gotta have groceries and I need you not in my house. It's none of your business. I need you not in my house. Suck, dude. Can you yeah, you need to know there's an ability that you can sexually assault people. This really sounds horrible. It's on satellite cable. Yeah. There's a way perverts could get in your house that way and something would like attack your crotch. And a creepy guy would heavy breathe on your cable box, on your television. And say dirty things. That scared you. Overall, it just scared you. It scared me. I hid from it. Beaten after that, and our parents are calling the police like 20 alive. So yeah, like there's just like a ghost man chasing the child from attacking its wife, punching them. And their parents are calling the police, and there's like, no, he's not fighting. He has a hideous and saying like really scary things. I didn't know what it was. It was a man. It's a man talking on your television. We didn't have cell phones we carried around all the time. You turn off the TV. Yeah. They should have caught us years ago.
Well, they should have though. It's actually pretty bad. Some kind of GPS attached to like satellite and get under people or something. That was around when people were using to do creepy things. And whatever it was like actually a nasty criminal. We're to what now? uh, I think it missed and hit the like shower glass. Yeah, the plastic wasn't rolling. They're kind of small. I mean, I'm not sure. Probably you find me in the closet under the bed and stuff. Whatever that thing was like, that no, this is gonna be more stories for sure. Well, the thing is doing it right now. There's like, it landed at our house in Boca with the sexual assault deposit. It was creepy too. It was like somebody was casing the place. I don't know why. Because it was like it was soft or something. All of a sudden, I've been real happy. The year before, and it was hungry. But like it was like somebody could break in. The alarm would go off a lot. It went off a little bit, but I mean it went off like a lot and it was creepy. Then they were just whatever those dudes were like the most ominous thing in the world. Like super creepy, like. But I think they wandered off. Kind of. No, I mean not one. That's not. You know. Well, we would. The guy that shows up on the cable box is just there to rape people. Or yeah. Or I mean, it might do all sorts of other stuff, but it was really creepy. It was like, you know, talking about like playing with itself on the TV and stuff like that. And like something like attacked you in the bathroom or something. Something like zapped you in the bathroom and or like I'm positive. And then something was like skiing, it just scared the crap out of me. I was trying to like touch you or something and I'm not sure. Couldn't make the car battery and then like attached to something attached to you. I hit the glass and said, how big is a kid? 11-year-old. I remember like hiding from it because it scared me. Really, I think something touched me also. Really, maybe that's why. And it wants to talk maybe. It wants to talk like dirty or something. Whatever it was, it just scared me and it froze me. Like I was like frozen in fear. And I tried to hide from it. And I fell asleep. It's like, you know, when you have to cover your head with your blankets. It wanted to be found over there. Maybe it wasn't able to, it just was like, oh, there, did something and scared the shit out of me. You had to watch out for what was next to the cable box. Both bathrooms were right next to the cable box in the house. Which I think is the only time it like assaulted me. There, I think it just did something that scared me. Yeah. Might have something to do with the satellite dish on the neighbor's house. It did something actually on the satellite dish. No, it was little, that's where it came from. It wasn't a possum. Scared the crap out of me, it was like really bad. But there is like a fondling device that was attached to the cable box, I'm pretty sure. No, there's never been that could ever be enough for anybody who messed up there overall. There's no time in prison. There's no hatred you could even feel it would be enough. Yeah, but those people care about nothing. They're monsters. Whatever that is cares about nothing. It's not good. You know, really don't. That doesn't. You can try to get its care. Just don't. Probably because you don't and you care enough and it has nothing to do with nothing, but like, no, it's just badness and just depressing, bad. Serious trouble and shouldn't be there. That'll be fun to fight on. We'll move on. Call the police on Michael. And then do a couple of threats, speaks to your head away. They're gonna do it anyway. Big now. They definitely are the same guys in Arkansas, and then everybody on here is like it's the same guys.
so incredibly bad and greedy. I should get this thing away from me for the love of God. I'm gonna go out and get groceries. These guys have to be arrested. There's actual men doing all this dumb things. It's really bad.